The defense is ready, Your Honor. Hello, Imet. Hey, good to have you here. Let's see. Um, Before I start up this case, I want to touch up on some trivia on a couple of character names that I didn't get around to talking about. Um, so Mia Fey. Mia is a pet form of Maria, which is itself the Latin equivalent of Mary. Mary is originally from the Hebrew for bitterness. This could be a reference to her unpleasant death. Other possible meanings include rebelliousness and beloved child. Her sister's given name, Maya, is also a pet name, a pet form of Maria. Mia is also an anagram of Amy, Amy, as in Amy Faye, who was the founder of the Faye clan. Additionally, her name shares the same letters as the acronym MIA, MIA, which stands for Missing in Action. And then Mia is also a pet form of Amalia, Amelia, and Amelia. Amalia and Amelia both come from the Germanic word amal, meaning work or industrious, which would fit with Mia's hardworking attitude, particularly with respect to uncovering the truth behind her mother's disappearance. And Amelia is believed to originate from the Latin word amulus, which means to rival, to excel, or to emulate, which could all fit her formidable abilities as a defense attorney. And Fey comes from the word Fey, which can mean magical, fairy like, strange, otherworldly, or spellbound, in reference to her family's otherworldly abilities. An archaic meaning is doomed to die. And it may also come from Morgan Le Fay, the sorceress from the legend of King Arthur. And her Japanese name is Chihiro Ayasato. Chihiro can mean great death or a thousand fatams. Shu Takumi describes her name as being a pun, with the kanji together meaning a thousand questions, as in, if I have to ask him 1,000 times, I will. And the second kanji, hiro, is also the first in cross examination, Jimon. Ayasato is written with the characters for twill and village. The reading of Aya refers more broadly to cloth with full woven patterns, such as twill or damask. It is possibly a reference to those fabrics being perceived as old fashioned. Alternatively, it could be chosen for its homophone, high, which means mysterious or suspicious. Taken together, it could be emphasizing the traditional and occult elements of her heritage. So, Maya was likely chosen because it closely resembles her Japanese name. Coincidentally, it also matches the Maya civilization, which is referenced in the name of the character Dizibil Chal Tunchun Chumil, and a scene involving him. Oh, wait, hold up. Okay, I'll skip over that. And then we went over what Fei meant. So, Maoi Ayasato, the name was created for its aesthetic, and it has no intended connection to Maya as a character, something that Shu Takumi was initially unsure about. Mayoi is written with the characters for true and meaning, and Ayasato is written with the characters for twill and village. Oh, and the cute little dog, Missile, he's called Misairu in Japan. So Missile's name may be in reference to the way in which he acts like a self-guided weapon upon smelling the samurai dogs. And his name was given to core developer Shu Takumi's real-life pet Pomeranian, and as well as the Pomeranian in the Takumi developed Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. I've always wanted to play that. I never I've always wanted to play that one. I would like to get that game one day. I know it was on sale a while back, but uh, I didn't have the funds. There's always next time, as in there's always next year. I heard nothing but good things about Ghost Trick. Okay, and now I'm going to touch up a little bit on Case 5. So originally, Case 5 was not in the GBA original. This was a bonus case made for the DS. Um, and this particular case, Case 5, um, they took full advantage of the Nintendo DS's capabilities with not only the touchscreen, but also with the microphone as well. So because you get to be able to do forensics of fingerprinting and blood testing, which is kind of cool during the investigation sequences. And also introduces a characters, and one of these characters does come back in yes, I met Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective. Um, that was made by the same developer of the Phoenix Wright series, Shu Takumi, and there is indeed a dog named Missile in it as well. He's a Pomeranian, and he can talk apparently. And and the only thing I know about Ghost Detective is you're a ghost detective who's like dead, but he comes back as a ghost and he's able to still, do detective work, but as a ghost. I've heard nothing but good things about it. You beat chapter 5? You're on part 2 now? Holy crap, Rowley. Impressive. Most impressive. You beat chapter 5 and you're on part 2. Part 2 as in you're on the second game? Justice for all? Yeah, dude. Yes. Yes, chapter 5 is a long. This is almost as long as case 4. I did the entirety of case 4 in one day on Christmas. Now, I'm definitely going to pace myself with this one. I can see myself getting through this in 2 days, as in, I'm going to get through the first half of this case, and then I'm going to finish it tomorrow. Um, oh no, so, Rowley, before you got here, chapter 5 of the first game, um, originally, it was not in the GBA original. Reminder, the first three Ace Attorney games, Gyakuten Saiban, they were all originally on the GBA. Case 5. Case 5 is an exclusive case that was made just for the Nintendo DS. Um, and this case, this case in particular, takes full advantage of the Nintendo DS's touchscreen and microphone capabilities. Yes, Rowley. A long time ago, yeah, the first three games were only on the GBA. They're in Japanese only. America. We didn't get Phoenix Wright. We didn't get the Ace Attorney series until the first DS game. Yes, it was originally on the Nintendo DS for us Americans. I doubt that they would do an English translation for the GBA, and it's mostly about it's basically the same except a little screen crunch, which isn't that bad, and the soundtrack, that crunchy GBA sound. But yeah, and also Rowley, it was thanks to this case 5, you know, where because in this case, Rowley, um, like as I mentioned before, this case takes full advantage of the Nintendo DS's like touchscreen and the microphone because you get to be able you get to actually do fingerprint stuff and blood testing with luminol. You get to like spray stuff. I remember you get to pour the power, that the powder, and then you get to blow in the mic or whatever to reveal the fingerprinting. I'm sure this has buttons on the collection that allows me to do all that because I didn't see like any like setting pertaining to that. Achasm, yes. Fingerprints, yes. I remember Animaniacs. I remember when they did that joke. Yep, yep. Yeah, I figured. But also, Rowley, it was thanks to this case when Apollo Justice came out. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, that was the fourth game in the series. That game was ground up built for the Nintendo DS, and they used some of this stuff from Case 5 for every other subsequent Ace Attorney game. They did stuff for the fourth and fifth and sixth game. And I think a tiny bit for I don't remember if there was anything they did with the first Miles Edgeworth game. It's been so it's been so long. But yeah. But yes, Rowley. And yeah, a long time ago, it's like, oh, this case at the time, it wasn't canon. Um, yes, Rowley. Allow me to hold up. So Rowley, this game right here. Let me copy and paste this for you. Yes. So Rowley, long ago, I've already played the first Miles Edgeworth game. I still need to acquire it soon. As in, I need to acquire this collection. It's thanks to this collection they finally translated the second game in English. The second game in English. So when the first Miles Edgeworth game came out, years ago, um whatchamacallit. Well, yeah, Miles Edgeworth Ace Attorney Investigations. I ate that up back in the day when it first came out. Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. That came out back in 2009 on the DS. And then sadly, well, see, Ace Attorney, Ace Attorney was a bit of whatchamacallit. Ace Attorney, the series, the Phoenix Wright series, it was still at the time not that popular, you know? Maybe because it was just on the DS/GBA at the time. But eventually it did come out on mobile. And then eventually they even get this, Rowley. The trilogy did come out on the old Nintendo Wii via WiiWare. I didn't bother getting those at the time because, like, oh, I still have my copies. And I still do have my copies of the trilogy. I still have my copies of the first three games. And eventually, this came out, the trilogy. The trilogy came out on the 3DS. Well, no longer because it was only digital. For the hell of it, when they were on sale before the eShop dropped, I snatched those up just for the hell of it, despite the fact that I own the originals. And, I have this wonderful collection because hell, it's convenient. And I felt like revisiting this series. But anyway, back to Miles Edgeworth, Ace Attorney Investigations. So yeah, 2009. It sadly didn't sell that well, and Capcom just didn't feel like bringing over the second Miles Edgeworth game. However, however, some dude or dudes, they did an English translation at the time, and I heard it was a really good translation as well. But I never, me as a fan of the Ace Attorney series, I never bothered to, get the ROM, the translated ROM, or hell, even a DS emulator. I never tried DS emulation. Sounds like a nightmare. especially if it has anything to do with microphone stuff. I'm sure it's easy. Um, cause man, I would like to really play Hotel Dusk, Room 215 again, but I'm not sure how finicky emulation would that be. But anywho, at the time, so fast forward to the here and now, Rowley. Ace Attorney is more popular than it has ever been. Oh yeah, the fifth and sixth games, of course, were on the 3DS at the time. They were only digital at the time. Um, Fast forward again, boom, we have them now on modern consoles and PC. And these games, man, these games are great. They really are hype. They are they are freaking awesome. These games, like these games have really transcended. Like it's just hype. I know, like it's just great. This series is just freaking great. Like words cannot describe how great this series is. It just is. Like everything about it, the characters, sprites, and models, and the graphics, and well, the music, and then the writing, and and the comedy, just and then the moments. Like this is a hell of a great series. And damn it, Rowley, all I gotta say is if there is one thing that I can actually wish that I can do, I wish I could purposely get amnesia to forget everything that I wanted to, forget about. But thankfully, though, I still have a couple of I still have a good amount of content of what I want to do with this series. So yeah, not too long ago, I did acquire the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney trilogy, and I've had the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles sitting there. In the foreseeable future, I will do the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I've never played those ever. And at some point, I will like to get the Miles Edgeworth collection, and I want to play that second game right after I relive the first game. Because I heard nothing but great things about that. But yeah. Oh, hold on. You was explaining chapter 5 to a friend. He was losing his mind at the summer you gave him. Cool. Good. A summary. Yeah. All right. So, I think I've jibba jabbered long enough. Hmm. Maybe I should have some coffee when I do the third game. Nah. Oh, that hurt. Ah, okay. Anyway, okay. Here we go. I'm gonna do case 5, everybody. Oh, also, as I'm doing this case, I'm gonna try and get this really one dumb achievement called Lunchbox Specialist. So there's this character that you're about to see by the name of Angel Star, and she has a gimmick of showing you many different lunch boxes. Oh my god, you did? You would like to say one dude in this? Oh my god, yes, I know. I know the I know the dude that you're probably thinking of. But yes, here goes. I'm gonna load up the thing. Yes, hello there, Sir Cambam. Indeed. Oh, one more thing I forgot to do. Let me make sure I go offline. There we go. I don't want to dox anybody. Anyway, I'm going to capture. Screen capture. Excuse me. Oi. Um, Perfect. It is done. Yeah, no worries, man. You go beat up work. And yes, that suit is a good one, man, from that character. We're most likely going to see him real soon as I get through this case. Man, this is a nice this is nice collection. All right, here goes everybody. Rise from the ashes. Looks like we saw a stabbing. Damn it, it has him. Oh my god. I cannot look at that scene the same way again. Thank you. You may have enhanced it. It's been it's been 2 months since Maya left the office. Oh no. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is until the day that girl showed up. A girl. February 22nd, 10:02 a.m. Wright and Co. Law Offices. Why do I come here to the office every day? It's not like I want to work. There you are. Finally. Where have you been? My sister's trial is tomorrow. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Ellipsis. 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 Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. Who am I? Well, Achasm. If you switch the words AMI around, jumble them up together, you get Mia. I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. So you are the coffee boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Yes, Achasm, that's who you are. Right, right. Hey, you're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yes, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief, then. You're better than nobody. Better than nobody. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you are Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney. Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please! I'm out of time. But please, you have to help. It's my sister. Ellipsis? Maya? Could it be? Ellipsis. Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma. Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? This is Maya 1.0. I'm kidding. See this? It's my attorney's badge. Ah, well, I've never seen a real one before. You're the first one who's actually been interested in mine, believe me. Its composition is mostly silver. The gold plating is flaking a bit. She analyzed it scientifically. There doesn't appear to be any corrosion due to sulfides. I'll give you $50 for it. Sorry, but it's not for sale. Yet. Oh, wow. It's time to talk. Emma. Emma, was it? So you're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just you seem kind of jumpy, or maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known, at my age no less. Science Maya, that's right. I like that name better. So what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. But I'm ready to do my job, at my age, no less. Great. Another future professional in training. The case. So what's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. So it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You'll have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fade, but that's interesting. How would she know Mia? Scientific investigator. So, you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up then? Excuse me? I'm not a child. I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigations should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah. Sure can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. Relation to Mia. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. So they went to the same school, huh? She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia is a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Ellipsis. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But, but she's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. Oh, I'm sorry. Miles Edgeworth, Detective Gumshoe, Emma Sky, age 16, high school junior, and self-styled scientific investigator. One moment, let me take care of this. And done. Alright, let's examine stuff. Looks like it's cleaning day again at the hotel across the way. Oh god. Edgy poo. I hear they're planning a second branch outside the city. Egads, the bellboy was staring straight at me. Mia's plant, Charlie. I've been taking care of him in Maya's absence. There's a poster of the Steel Samurai on the wall. Maybe Maya stuck it up here the day that she left. I didn't have the heart to take it down. Ellipsis. I do sometimes get strange looks from the clients, though. Difficult-looking legal books stand on a formidable row. They mock me. I tried reading one, and it made my head hurt. When I closed it, it slipped out of my hand. Then my foot hurt, too. You're fine, Chasm. Don't worry. Mia's desk. I sit here even less now that I've stopped taking cases. I ought to at least dust it off once in a while. Alright. It's time to get on out of here. To the detention center! February 22nd, detention center, visitors room. Ellipsis. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. Guard. I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. Or did you not want to raise this year? Understood, ma'am. What was that all about? Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing. Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow, and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I'm sorry, what exactly is it that you do? My name is Lana. Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. You're a prosecutor? Whoa. Two sisters, one a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? Emma, Lana. I mean, they're just like... Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Your badge looks new. I polish it daily. In a few years, the gold plating will flake off. Then we'll see the real you. Gah! It's an innocent small talk. Give it 3 years. Then we'll see what you have become. Whoa! Okay, I'm not trying to look too deep into that line. Hang on. Let me see something real quick. Okay, so Apollo Justice takes place around the years of 2025 and 2026. It's set 7 years after Trials and Tribulations. She was not that far off. Like 4 years off. Damn. If y'all know, you'll know. Which I'll get around to eventually. I'm gonna space out these games. Smile for the camera. This guard monitors the visitor's room. He's frozen in fear of the frigate Miss Lana. I'm feeling a bit chilly myself. The case. There's something you should know from the start. Which is, the suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? Wait, but the suspect is? Me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright, well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. That's quite specific. It was in the witness's deposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. Uh, my. That was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate's car trunk? Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed, as it were. Well, that's just great. The victim. So who was the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. A detective? Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. What, Mr. Wright? What does it mean? Well, it means the police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learned. Lana. So, you're the chief prosecutor? That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. That's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't. Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this. I cut myself by accident when I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject. Wait, she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? Relation to Mia. You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Ellipses. Emma told you that, did she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office. Although, it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Hey! It was in law school. I was in my third year, and she was auditing the class. She she was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Lana was top of her class in school. I was the best there was. Oh, I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. It sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright, excuse me? As you can plainly see, I am admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana! Ellipsis. What? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. Ellipsis. I know you didn't do it, Lana. I know. So, so how can you say you did? Ellipsis. If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I I hate you, Lana. Ellipsis. Mr. Wright. Yes? I believe our discussion here is ended. The rest, I leave it to you. Ellipsis. Um, you mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed, after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Ellipsis. Lana has confessed to the crime, yes, but something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here, and I'm going to find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister. She's not always like that, you know. Ellipses. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. Oh boy. To the underground parking lot. Da-da-da-da. February 22nd, the prosecutor's office, the underground parking lot. So this is the lot where it all happened. Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Hey everyone, keep up the good work. Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they are going to be my co-workers 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know, attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. I'm trying to not stand out too much here, see? Hey there! You expected to go unnoticed here, partner? Partner? What do we have here? Looks like a bambina got loose from the ranch and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner. Mr. Marshall! Marshall? Looks more like a sheriff to me. Looky here, Bambina. I know how you feel. Howdy! But this is my gang's gold strike. See? Strike! This is our claim, our territory, with a mother load of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You want to? What's this guy talking about? You hit along home now. Happy trails, Bambina. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Was that, Ombre a friend of yours? Kind of. Sort of. Yeah, he's a detective. Who thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems? uh, an oil drum. Looks like it's filled with with water. It's heavy. I can't even budge it. The drum over here is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious. This wall's in our way. It's got a faucet for water. Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade, hiding the truth. This is no wall, but a water tank. I fail to see how it makes any difference either way. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears. No, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she babbling about? Hey, what did you just say? See, hear just fine. The phone's broken. No clues here. Aha, a ladder. That's a step ladder. Actually, that's a step ladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. It's scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. Case 3, when Phoenix and Maya were talking about the ladder slash step ladder. Look, a door. This must mean something. I'm not sure what that doors mean anything. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock. I fail to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose? Aha! The theory of relativity. What? I've got to write this down. Ah, hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe you know Mr. Relativity? German? Or was he British? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? Alright. Hey, look at this on the ground. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer. Wait! What are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? Sounds like death to me. Wallet. A foldable wallet found at the crime scene. There seems to be something inside. Wallet hastily stuffed into pocket. I'm called to duty already, and at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I could tell she's been waiting for this. Okay now. Look at the court record. Okay. You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Now let's start examining from every angle. All right, so zoom in, zoom out. Do I actually have to use the keys to rotate? Oi, I do. Yay. Let's see. H, N, B, M. Okay. All right. All right. Oh, look. I think there might be a clue here. Yep, 3D. You should check it out with a press of enter. Oh, this this is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID number 5842189. See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful? I guess. Though I don't see what science has to do with it. Goodman's ID. An investigator's ID card found at prosecutor's office crime scene. ID number 5842189. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. I guess I've got to be on my toes from now on. Let's see. Oh wow, check this out. So this is what the back of the badge looks like. And I always thought it had a safety pin. Each badge has a number carved into it. That way you can tell which attorney it belongs to. You mean you couldn't lend your badge to anyone? No, I'd be found out right away. Well, that's no fun. About that, Emma. About that. This looks really good for HD for the trilogy. That's cool. So that was so that was a tutorial on evidence on on this case where they really wanted you to, you know, use the touchscreen to investigate. All right. Oh, that's right. We need to slide. Slide, baby, slide. All right. Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. The sheriff. Like I said before, this here's our claim. You'd best be moseying along, unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. Ah, scary. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Well, the little filly's got a good nose on her. You want to know who rides that red Mustang with the body in her saddle, eh? Please. No problem, partner. About time for victuals anyway. Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor of the prospector's office. Might just find you a cerveza you like. Prospector's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self. Look up victuals, saloon, cerveza. Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like. Just keep your paws off our claim. Right. Great. Great. Maybe there are some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Excuse me. Were you two all set? Us? Oh boy. What's this? She couldn't be. You're selling lunches here? This is a crime scene. Hello. Half and half, was it? I'm gonna write these down, by the way. Half and half. We're gonna be achievement hunting with this one. Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Crunchy goodness. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance, especially passers-by. Or are you officers? No, but you exactly look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone, even if my days as the cough-up queen are over. Cough-up, huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case. You see, the images are burned into my eyes. You might say, yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? You wish lunch ladies were real, Chasm? Me too. I wish they were real too. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please. Cough up, Queen. Tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. No? Yes, ma'am. Yipes. She means it. Alright. I better make sure I'm gonna save real quick. First order of business is to present the attorney's badge. A defense attorney must be able to fight. How about you? Do you think you can win? How about tackling Lunchland's Pickle Supreme lunchbox? This is actually missable. Lunchland's Pickle Supreme. Wow, it's really crunchy. A box of pickles? Kind of a sad lunch if you ask me. Not really. I like pickles. Especially ones from a jar. Alright. Let's talk about the case. Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny? What yesterday's special for some reason? Yes, wildcard, we are indeed ashing from the rises. And I'll be doing this in the span of like 2 days. Because I know this case is just as long as case 4. I'm going to be doing like the first half of it, and then I'll finish the rest of it tomorrow. Also, for the sake of my vocal cords. And no, I know. Destiny, was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of iniquity. Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the name of innocence. And yesterday, they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors' convention yesterday. I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cop-up queen. You! The most heinous of all the evil ones. The one they awarded yesterday? It was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear. This lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. What you witnessed. So what exactly was it that you witnessed, Miss Starr? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see Lana Skye wield that knife so... Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of Lana Skye's knife. Hello, Deus. Wait a second. You know Lana Skye? Of course. It's quite a feat, becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunch boxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? Okay, that's just a lunch box. She always travels light. Now, why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Angel. Can we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Starr? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell someone who has tried General So's Trilobite lunch. Alright, I'm gonna write this down. General So's Trilobite lunch. Okay, that's all 4 lunch boxes on day 1. Got it. We're getting all the lunch boxes, everybody. I'm gonna try. Ah, never mind. You win. I don't even want to appreciate part of a trilobite's flavor. That's right, wildcard. I want to do it. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. That's right, Achasm, lunchbox percentage. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis. Not. Be nice, Phoenix. Emma's awesome. About this card. Ellipses. Lunchland vendors only accept cash, no cards. Especially not a card belonging to someone else. No, no, this isn't a credit card, it's an ID card. It belongs to a detective. And you're showing this to me, the lunch lady, why? That's like showing a fine honeyed ham to the detective. Why do I always feel like I'm being mocked? Prosecutor's office. Did you have a bad experience with a prosecutor, Miss Starr? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Ha, perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Starr was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be a sure cause of food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking cough-up queen. Now you're talking cough-up queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. Okay. And I already presented the attorney's badge, and that got me the Lunchland's Pickle Supreme. Alright. I guess we're done here because what's his face? Jake Marshall stopped us from checking out stuff. Alright. Let's go to the High Prosecutor's office. Well, well, well. And look at this outfit over here. I bet a lot of people, that is the Japanese, I bet when they were playing through the GBA versions, like the trilogy, because the trilogy was on the GBA, I bet when they saw that, this jacket right here, I bet they were really pleased about that. It's like an Easter egg to them. February 22nd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. Quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, look, there's a trophy or something here. A trophy? What, that shield? It takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. Phoenix Wright. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice. Long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Ah! Mr. Edgeworth! You know him from somewhere? Of course! I'm his biggest fan. My sister introduced us once and... Right. Her sister is a chief prosecutor, after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No, did I? No. It was just Mr. Wright here. Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? A body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. Hmm? That would be my car. What of it? That face. What? Your car? I'll say one thing. She certainly can scream. I'll present the attorney's badge. I once dreamed of being a defense attorney a long time ago. What? You want to be a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Yet, my path is laid out clearly before me. I have no time to reflect on what might have been. Shucks. The case. So, the body was found in your car? Go ahead, say it right. You think I did it, don't you? After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. That face is so good. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean, wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister then? Yes, sir. Emma Sky. It's nice to meet you again. Now that didn't sound forced at all. Ah, now I remember. You've really grown. I'll admit, it was a surprise for me too. To think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Lana Sky is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy! Humph. Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life. Impossible to stop. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? There's gotta be a story behind that one. Lana Sky. Chief Prosecutor Sky. Yes, we first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right. I remember. 2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then, why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. What? Mr. Edgeworth? Your knife was the murder weapon? Oh boy. To be specific, it was the knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Ah. Edgeworth's knife! The murder weapon! Usually in Edgeworth's toolbox, traces of victim's blood. No prints. What? I know Thurston Waffles, I know. It's... Damn, that's all I gotta say. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Ellipsis. Come on, can't you take a joke? No. You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Edgeworth? Huh? What? Are you sure you should be... Are you sure you should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh. He'll take it for sure. Won't he? Huh. I wish I could be on the same side of Mr. Edgeworth, but then my sister will be found guilty. If she sighs any deeper, I'm going to start getting depressed. Ugh. It's against my policy to discuss evidence with the defense, especially with you. He doesn't like you much, does he, Mr. Wright? Nah, with Edgeworth, it's never personal. It's all about winning tomorrow. Let's look at the knife. Ugh. This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth? In the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. Now there's a scary thought. Let's see. Alright. Can't let his personal friendship with the defense get in the way of his job. Yep. Alright, that was the only thing to investigate. I like that. That's so fun to do. Alright, let's examine stuff. Wow, this jacket is even lacier than his usual ones. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right. I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. She's getting way too excited about this. And Emma, there is a story behind it, but that's going to be for another time. My. What an amazing bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead. Wendy. Wendy? I've heard that name somewhere before. And beside it, a giant steel samurai. Wow, I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place. Wendy. Wendy? Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiancée? I don't think so. Yes, a chasm. Oh, cute. What a pretty tea set. That was indeed a jump scare. I go more for the instant tea bags myself. Amazing. The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend. What an exquisitely splendid concoction. There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Whoa! These are all case files? They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. He must have someone get them for him. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? He must study these case reports so closely. He's so cool. You wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder. Hey, a chessboard. I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Huh? Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges. Surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. A work desk. It's quite tidy, as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. It's polished so well, I could see my own reflection. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy sofa. Sofas like this makes me want to curl up and take a nap. I bet he pores over his case files here until the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves, and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it. She's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. I bet in the morning he has sofa hair and little creases in his cheek from the seams. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool. I've been wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. Of prosecutors. Huh? What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors? It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What, so? So that K, that's... K stands for king? Yeah, you got a problem with that? I didn't design this thing. King of Prosecutors, kind of like Employee of the Month, only better. King of Prosecutors Trophy, added to the court record. King of Prosecutors Trophy, given to Edgeworth. King of Prosecutors at the PD on the day of the murder. Alright. So basically, this says you were the best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why is that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah. I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about his award, for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? Ah. The day of the crime. Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Parking stub. Record of parking in the prosecutor's office lot. Entered lot at 5:12 p.m. Edgeworth's parking stub. Added to the court record. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. So the murder happened right after you got back. What's right? I'd appreciate if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Um, excuse me, was Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way this conversation's going at all. Sky, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. Ellipsis. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department. Did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but sir, I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the particulars of your... Give me your name. Yes, sir. Beacons, sir. Officer Beacons. Right. Officer Beacons, take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. But, sir, I didn't know. Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck. Right. Yes, sir? Gah! He cut me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's do what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. He seems to have finally calmed down at least. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Let's see. Alright. Got it. Alright. Let's check our court record real quick. Angel Star, Mysterious Lunch Lady. Witness to the murder, known as the Cough-Up Queen. Lana Sky, Defendant and Chief Prosecutor for the District. Wounded on her right hand. Alright. Yes. Oh man. Before we go, I'm busy preparing for tomorrow, and I'm not in the mood for idle banter, especially not with you. Okay? Let's go, Mr. Wright. Fine. I'll just have to talk to him when he perks up. Before I go, let's check out the trophy. Oh, that's right. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. It looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner? Yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. When she says it, his name does have kind of a ring to it. No, Emma, you do not want to meet Satan. And, at this point, Satan... Yeah, the less said about him, the better. And he was nothing but amazing. He was freaking evil! He was a fraud! Anyway. We're gonna get on out of here. to the underground parking lot. In the police department entrance. February 22nd, police department. Police department. Oh no. Woo! We're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. That took almost 30 minutes by taxi, and traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I've only ever been to criminal affairs next door. Hmm? Hold on. What's that? Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? Oh, wait, I know. This is the Blue Badger. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar, somehow. Forget the Blue Badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger. Uh-oh, he noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Yes, Akazim, this is a certified hot jam. Hey, pal, what are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. Present our attorney's badge. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. I wish had a badge. Shouldn't it be, I wish I had a badge? Yeah, it's okay. Wait, speaking of ID cards, I found that detective's card, didn't I? Miles Edgeworth, 7/12. This is dated the day of the crime. The murder took place 3 minutes after Edgeworth parked his car. If only he was held up at a couple extra red lights. If only he was held up at a couple extra red lights, he wouldn't have been caught up in this whole affair. Perhaps. It just goes to show you, never know what'll happen when you run a yellow light. Emma, honey, you need to slow down when you see the yellow light. Anyway, let's talk to Gumshoe. The case. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. But what if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well, no. Come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal. Can I speak to you for a second? Huh, me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister. Whoa, the chief prosecutor's little sister. Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's a sensitive issue with us these days. The investigation. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh well, nothing really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean this time? Then what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true. We never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being let into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? Gee, a word. I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. An Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall? Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of a crime scene. It's unheard of, pal. I was wondering about that. What? The Dancing Blue Badger? It's my masterpiece. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? The chief threw together some designs, and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances until the batteries die. Poor Blue Badger, fated to dance until he drops. Blue Badger panel. A work of art designed by the chief of detectives and created by Detective Gumshoe. Aw, that's adorable. The usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board here. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. Ellipses. She has a point. The banner here is announcing the crime-fighting campaign. Nice slogan. I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprinting sets. I don't think it's that kind of campaign. When you think of hippos, Gumshoe always comes to mind. Yeah. What family wouldn't want a set at home? It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar. I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda? Not that I have scientific proof, it's just a theory. Do you mind asking me how you came up with that theory? It was when I was on a school trip. I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We had just been at the zoo, see? Ellipses. What about zebras? Or did they not have those at your zoo? Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. And then I said, hey, you do that, your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. Ellipses. I guess he wasn't saluting. He was wiping tears from his eyes. They make a good pair. I always get excited when I come to a police station. Why is that? It just feels like I've jumped into a movie. Huh? You know, with all the police and criminals. Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Sure it is. Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust. Ellipses. Funny. I thought they were talking about the weather. The detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Ellipses. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. And now, let us present Goodman's ID. Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey, pal, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to turn it in to the police. It's people like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Ah, my mistake. But didn't you work together with him in criminal affairs? Whoa! Now I remember. Bruce Goodman. He's the victim. That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Bingo. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car. Stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Ellipses. Well, I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have, have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently, he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award, even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors. As a detective, I have to keep my mouth shut on that one. I know better than to go blabbing on about things I don't know about. No, I wouldn't want you to do that either. Good. We'll talk to him about Bruce Goodman. So, this ID card belonged to the victim. He was a detective like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where he found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There is an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal? Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot. And Lana's confessing as much. Edgeworth's troubles. He's in a tough spot again. Again? Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney, Hammond. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there were always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people will be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. Ellipses. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is. What was his name? The guy in the parking lot? That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the chief of police. Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No. Jake Marshall's just a regular officer from West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Go them this, and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. Letter of introduction. Received from Detective Gumshoe. Allows bearer to investigate the crime scene. Awesome. Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction added to the court record. I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there, and nobody will look at you twice, pal. Awesome. Let's examine it. Hey, look here. It looks like someone. Hey, look here. It looks like something's been crossed out. Maybe it was a letter or something to Detective Gumshoe. Let's see. Annual bonus $20. I think a couple zeros are missing. No, that sounds about right. At least in that detective's case. Maybe I should rethink my career as an investigator. Hello, Chronos. Well, it's not hidden. It's not so much as hidden. It's unlockable after you beat the first 4 cases. This is case 5, Rise from the Ashes. This was a case exclusive for the Nintendo DS. This case was specifically made to take full advantage of the Nintendo DS's touchscreen and microphone capabilities, and a whole lot more. It was probably no, it's a fact. It was thanks to this case that, beginning with the 4th game in the series, Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Apollo Justice was the first game that was released on the DS to take full advantage of the Nintendo DS, since the first 3 games were originally on the GBA. Let's see. Okay, we're good. And this case is also canon as well. All right. Before I go. Oh, okay. And this is on and also this is the case that also introduces the debut of Emma Sky. Profiles, Emma Sky. Yeah, because this case was not in the GBA original. The GBA only had 4 cases. And then, when they made this, when they released it on the Nintendo DS, they're like, "Hey, let's add in a whole new chapter." You're thinking of Trucy. Trucy's the one with that object you're describing. Emma would later on become she would work with forensics. She's only 16 here. So this whole case is it's a little it's pretty something. So basically to catch you up to speed. So this is her sister, Lana Sky. She's the chief prosecutor for the district, and she's being accused of murder for stabbing a detective. Detective Bruce Goodman. And that's what the case is currently about. Yeah, we gotta find out who done it. Underground parking lot. All right. February 22nd, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. Looks like the investigation's still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. As opposed to Wayne Badman. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Oh, still here. Ah, hello. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs too. What happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd. Kronos, jelly donut hat. You know better. Jake Marshall, strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. The victim. Oh wait, before we let's show him our attorney's badge. Officer Marshall, can you take a look at this? Whoa, partner. If you're fixing to draw on me, you best be ready for a shootout. You ready to become food for the vultures? Compadre? Are you ready, Mr. Wright? Somehow, I don't think he's going to help us. Not after we talk. The victim. There's something I wanted to ask you. The scene of the crime? A cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me? I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. Ellipsis. He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his entrance? Soon, Marshall. There's something I wanted to ask you. The scene of the crime. A cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me? I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. Okay. Same dialogue text. We gotta show him the thing. Hey, letter of introduction. We got this from Detective Gumshoe. Allows the bearer to investigate the crime scene. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right into the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe. Ah, that old cow dog. Hey. Hmm. He's holding a holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say letter introduction. It says invitation. Yes, wild card. We love both jelly donuts and rice balls. I mean, it's not really a rice ball, it's more like a rice triangle. I think the proper term I forgot to say was onigiri. Ah, I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries. This proves it's from Detective Gumshoe. Better than a blood test. Guess I better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me, hey, wait a sec. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folk, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler. Strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Note to self. Police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction crumpled and discarded. I see your badge. Looks pretty round. Our badge is a star, a lone star, shining in the nighttime sky. A beam of light, illuminating evildoers who come in the dark of night. Note to self, evildoers are weak against starlight. Hey, that's a sheriff's badge. Good lord. Hell if I know. Hell if I know, man. Alright, the victim. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Ellipsis. Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be a little more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, well. Aren't you a feisty doggy there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. One stab to the chest. A fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Goodman's autopsy report. Death due to loss of blood. One knife wound. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Was my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prospector Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back. So there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work for the chief prospector. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here, to this parking lot? So it seems. Like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. It's high noon, Marshall. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective? You call me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoe detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now. So, how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So, why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Don't talk about Detective Gumshoe, punk. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? That cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just, he don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? Damn. What's that? Some sort of police passport? This is Detective Goodman's ID card. Strangely enough, we found it a good distance away from the crime scene. Good distance in this rat hole? If you want distance, get yourself to Texas. Texas? This is a tiny little crime scene in a tiny little town with tiny little evidence. What difference does a few yards make, compadre? Note to self, if you encounter suspicious evidence, think of Texas. There's no better way to study than to hang out with the pros. Alright, compadre, count to 3. Huh? You gotta do that if you're going to draw evidence on someone. That's what we do in Texas. Remind me never to visit Texas. Ah, a toy shield. Suits the boy well. What exactly could you shield with that? A toy knight, maybe? Officer Marshall, don't you have anything good to say about Mr. Edgeworth? You don't like him, right? We get the point. You know, when I was a detective, I got one of these. Let me guess. Did it have a K for King of Detectives on it? Hey, they can use the same shield over and over. Note to self, the prosecutor's office and criminal affairs are surprisingly cheap. You know it. They've gotten cheaper with every passing year, I tell you. Damn. 5:12 p.m. The prospector's bright red steed came in at a trot, real slow like. A trot? My Madonna tells me the crime occurred 3 minutes later. So it seems the chief prospector was lying in wait. Maybe waiting for her prince to ride in on his bright red horse. So what you mean is the killer intended to use Edgeworth's car all along. Alright. Okay. Okay. Let's go and investigate. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I will be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. This appears to be the car where the body was found. It looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite a luxury car. It just screams, I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. This rope, is it? Yep. They laid it in the outline of the victim's body. Ellipses. So what? So wait. The victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. Ellipsis. You have got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? We'll check it out. Right. Let's check it out. All right. Let's see. Man, what a boring strap. What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know. Here, check out mine. It's a pink princess strap. These are hard to come by, you know. I see the series is as popular as ever with the kids. Alright, now then. There it is. Hmm. This phone's still on the redial screen. Redial screen. Redial? Um, Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just you never know with people from your generation. Whatever. Let's check this phone out. Good music is good. Now, to see who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self. A defense attorney doesn't think first. He just pushes the button. Let's jam out to this. Okay, it looped. Hey, that song! I know that! Hey, what's going on over there? Uh-oh. Ah, so sorry. Yeah, sarcasm. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that there phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Sky. What? It's my sister's? She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody, right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds, according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now, I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Oh, that? Oh, I'm sorry. That was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. A wrong number. Ellipsis. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. Uh-oh. I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Cell phone. Property of Lana Sky. Last call made at 5:18 on the day of the murder. Damn. Alright. I think... Oh, not yet. B block is through there. That's where visitors park. I can see the Lunchland car over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. I like the cute design on the door. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy looking steak. Cartoons are silly. Ellipses. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Yes. Just don't think too deeply about it. You'll be fine. It's a cartoon. One moment. Phoenix is 24 years old in the first game. He's 25 in the next game. This is for all. Right. Hey guys, let's show him the cell phone. My sister's cell phone. The last time it was used was 5/18, right after Goodman was killed. Maybe she was canceling her date for tonight. Ellipses. Why did Lana make that call? Well, why don't we go back to the detention center and maybe talk to her? Oh, no, never mind. She's not there. Welcome back, Rowdy Flow, bro. Let's go back to the police department and present the cell phone. Oh, not yet. I'm still on the first day of investigation. Lana Sky. So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister. That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. Ellipsis. And the prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall! Yeah, Bambina? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? Ellipsis. I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's a-blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will. Someone's up to something here. But who? Office atmosphere. Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Sky. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets. Some people load them with deals. What? You're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hiding around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? Damn. Sucks. Let's see. Alright. Let's go back to the... High Prosecutor's Office. Okay, he's not there. I think I'll go back to the detention center now. Yeah. No, I don't. Let's see. Was there another piece of evidence that I forgot? I already checked that. Oh. What sticks? What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Look, something's written on it. Yeah, my bad. You're right. Let's see. 67S 122. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so, what does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. Goodman's note. Victim's memo found in the car trunk. So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana is confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's just so good. Steel Samurai, baby. The Steel Samurai never loses. It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids? Ellipsis. The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place. Your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I... I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? I... She hung up right away. I see. Cell phone updated in the court record. Property of Lana Sky. Last call made to her sister Emma at 5:18 on the day of the murder. A detective is murdered, and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. Yeah, Phoenix, there's a lot of stuff to look through. Still the best jingle in the series. Every other jingle is not as good as that one. February 23rd, 9:34 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there are still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? A defense attorney should never believe their client. Ellipsis? The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there's one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Low-key burn? Maybe. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's going to bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. I mean, that's how it usually works, Mr. Wright. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. I mean, you still got Emma. You got Maya 1.0. February 23rd, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in the courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. Ellipses. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well. Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Star, to the stand. The cough-up queen? Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Okay, I'm gonna write this down. Typing this down actually. Caviar lunch. Ho ho, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. And for you, I have a Fiesta bowl. Fiesta! I'm getting all these lunch boxes, everybody. Thanks? Will the witness state her name and profession? Ah, you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? Okay. Got it. It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Ellipsis. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now. Me, the name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well. Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up! Very well. Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. Huh? What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Starr was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Starr was a detective? Ellipses. Ah, ha! I know who you are. Cough up. Cough up, Queen Angel Starr, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Starr. Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor spaces, yes? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Parking lot floor plans. The parking lot with Edgeworth's car. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright, I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? I would feel the same way, Rowley. Honestly, I would. If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Starr. Wait, are they talking about me? Jesus. Witnesses' account. Somehow. Okay, Rowley. Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend. How touching. As you can see, there is no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. It is merely a flesh wound. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Witness's account. Okay. Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. Oh. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted, given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Ellipses. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. His boyfriend? He's a detective? Not that boyfriend. The security guard. That boyfriend? You have several? Yes. This boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. Damn. Note to self: the judge had to think before replying. The security guard room is in the lot, in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. That will be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunch boxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So, she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition. You sensed something? So you're saying you had a premonition of the murder? It felt like, how would you say, oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim, Mr. Bruce Goodman, also a detective? Yes. Well, he was like a young cheese. A young cheese? A pale white cheese, not yet tangy, with experience on the streets. A greenhorn. Then it must be hard, yellowed, and sharp as a tack. Yeah, the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, there, in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. By garish car, you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Ellipse. Indeed, it was. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you are sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I am certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter. Crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. Damn. That that was inspiring. I believe I heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism? Plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. Photograph. You took this? The moment I witnessed a crime, my reflexes took over and snap. I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunch boxes is rigged with a camera. Okay, I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. Ellipsis. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Crime photo. The moment of the crime as photographed by Angel Star. Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Sky. So what was the defendant doing at the time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg? I mean, a person? Hmm. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor? So the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Then, she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? Hmm. The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes. The next moment, the chief prosecutors brought down the murder weapon. I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. Let's see. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes. The next moment, the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. I see. So, we can make it. Alright. Let me see something again. Tell me more about the knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife after all. Yes, it's about right. Okay. Alright. Okay, one moment. I have to make sure... I don't miss the lunchbox. All right. So right here, the chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. These two are contradictions. Let's see. Hey, no worries, Chuck. So, I'm gonna let you know what's happening at the moment, Chuck. All right, so, um, a murder took place at the very beginning. We are currently defending. One moment. Let me check my profiles. I messed up. I bumbled. That was funny. I meant to check my court record. Hang on. I bumbled big time. I wait, how do I check my wait. How do I check my I know I'm checking my court records. I was trying to look for profiles. Um Hang on. So I can just tell you. So Chuck, I know you're lurking. So I had to defend somebody by the name of Lana Sky. She's the chief prosecutor of her district. She was shown to be stabbing someone, a detective, Detective Bruce Goodman. Things are looking really bad at the moment. And right now, I'm cross examining the Angel Star. She's a lunch lady who used to be a detective, and she is the one that witnessed the crime, so to speak. So what I was really gonna do was I'm gonna present the correct piece of evidence, and at the same time, I'm going for the silly achievement of getting all of the lunch boxes. Okay, so I have to present the crime photo on this contradiction here. Here goes. And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife. As I've already said, yes, I swore it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. Okay, that's called salmon swirl. Okay, that was required to advance the story, so you can't miss that one. Salmon swirl. Got it. Hmm. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took of the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Ahem. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. Oh, here it is, profiles. Yeah, this is her, Chuck, if you're still out there. She's the sister of Emma Sky. And this is the victim, Bruce Goodman. He was a victim and a good man. Goodman. This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing.
Objection!
And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's a black and white photograph. Ah, yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse? You got a better idea. We shall raise... One moment. Let's see. It says here... There's a missable one coming up. This is it, right here. All right, I gotta get a forced, this is so dumb, but I'm doing it. I'm doing this for you all. We're getting all the lunch boxes, and I also want it to. All right, it says here, after seeing the salmon swirl, I have to choose no problem. No problem. Now that you mention it, I see no problem here. Other than myself. Mr. Wright, you can't just let him walk all over you. That's just sad. Feeling sad, Mr. Wright? Perhaps a bittersweet first love lunchbox is in order. First love lunchbox. You could. All right, one moment. Okay, the next one's story related. Well, that was a waste of time. Let's continue with the testimony. Perhaps I should have dug a little deeper. Okay, so we need to present the crime photo.
Objection!
And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with a knife. As I've already said, yes. I swear at my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure, yeah. There actually is a glaring contradiction there. I just wanted to do the no problem to get the lunchbox.
Objection!
Objection. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating, like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder.
Objection!
Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? Uh, if it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. Right. These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated, premeditated murder, a serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it.
Hold it!
What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves, like driving gloves?
Objection!
Gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves, the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated murder. Arrgh! Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. She's got them thinking this was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. And we do. We do have the means. Science Maya is much more cute than purple dress Maya. They need to add more costumes. Kronos, I already made the cute little joke that Maya is. Sky is Maya 1.0. You were a little late on that. Anyway, one moment, everybody. I'm making sure I'm not missing, the lunch boxes. All right. I'm good. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. Oh, do they?
Hold it!
Oh, wait, my bad. I did a Deadpool. I pressed the wrong button. Every now and then, I do pull Deadpool. Presents. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. Oh, do they now? Do they now? No prints of the knife.
Objection!
Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell box lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? The bloody murder weapon? A red car? All belonging to the prosecutor there. The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Mommy, are prosecutors bad people? The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Sky planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? Oh, if the knife was for stabby stabby instead of slashy, Shouldn't the pointy part have blood on it? Eh, this knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're gonna plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Uh, Raw. Order, order, order. Great. Now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself to thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah! The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Sky, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution need prove. Nothing else. Yep, God from the ashes. Hello, Bastard Kappa. The tides have indeed turned about. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing? I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. Angel's deduction. All right. Lana Sky intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge a knife in again and again. The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. That would suck, actually. That really would suck. Delivers pizza, dies. Repeated plunging of the knife would be a lot more messy than the shown photos. Yeah. Okay. Um, one moment. Okay, story related. Got it. Lana Sky intended to murder Detective Goodman.
Hold it!
You said that, but you haven't told us how you know. That's what I'm about to tell you, rookie. I believe what she just said was a mere prelude to the story she's about to tell. Try not to interrupt her again, rookie. Never interrupt the storyteller. It's like pulling a bun out of the oven half-baked. Something's half-baked here, all right, and it's you. Try not to confuse the defense witness. They're not very quick on their feet. Now, why did you believe the suspect had intentions to murder the victim? Her actions speak for themselves. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. You have no proof that Miss Sky called him there. You have no proof that she didn't. Mr. Edgeworth, thoughts? There is no record of a call made on the defendant, Miss Lana Sky's phone. She might have written him a letter. Come on! You could have tried public phone first, at least. In any case, the victim came to the prosecutor's office, where he was murdered. I'm sure he had a reason to be there. Witness. Why do you think it was the suspect who summoned the victim that day? I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim.
Hold it.
What kind of grudge? Well, I wouldn't know that. Of course you don't. That's because she didn't have a grudge. Rookie. I have a lunchbox here. Now, what's inside? How am I supposed to know? See, we agreed there is a lunchbox here, but we don't know what's inside. A person's life is like a lunchbox of pretzels. Don't you agree? I get it. That's why my lunch was so salty. This judge isn't very good with metaphors. The suspect had a grudge against Detective Goodman. Will you tell us your basis for thinking this? It's simple. I'd rather not have your lunch boxes. Wow. Miss Star has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. The short wick burns out the fastest. It's a scientific fact. I wonder, wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and even a really short wick will burn longer. Ellipsis. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. Alright. So, nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge a knife in, again and again. Oh, really? Again and again, you say. The autopsy report was only one knife wound.
Objection!
You say she stabbed him again and again, but she couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my boss surprise. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm going to write this down. Or type this down. Moss surprise. Yep. Okay, I got it. I know. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Star. Ellipsis. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha! You're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero, really. What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness, you got the crime scene set, right? Oh my god. Okay. Crime scene set. Okay. Now the next one. Oh. The next one is missable. Okay. You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now, I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify! Ellipsis. Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was.
Hold it!
Her red muffler? Yes, like a scarf. The chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck, so she can be easily hinged at a moment's notice, I suppose. She's right. Miss Sky was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? But wait, isn't it odd that you mistook that for splattered blood? Ellipsis. Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib. A judge with a bib. That's why this place feels so much like kindergarten sometimes. Actually, I do think I saw some traces of blood on her chest. However, the autopsy report is clear on this matter. There was only one knife wound. Ellipsis. Apparently, Miss Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony. Mr. Wright, this is our chance. Chance for what, I wonder? Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. Yeah, okay. So... Okay. So... Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. He wasn't wearing her red muffler at that time. Nice try, Miss Angel Star.
Objection!
Miss Star, I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself. With this photograph. Huh? But that can't be! Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Damn. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there. A scarf. No, not that, but something red. Really. Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. The most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. the chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. Damn. You are quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Wow. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. All right. Let's see. All right. All right. Just double checking. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side.
Hold it!
So where is this partition? On the floor plans. I'm sure she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There is a wall there, about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot.
Hold it!
You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Hmm, maybe I should press her for more details? Press her. I'd like to see this on the floor plans, just to be safe. The Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing. The cough-up queen. Lunch lady athlete, indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence. So she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. So how did Miss Sky not get away? Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler.
Hold it!
He mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say? If I remembered exactly, I would have told you my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just that one word. So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else. Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. her phone. She can't mean. We are going to ask further. By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately, my memory. It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see Miss Starr. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently, it was out of order. And so she used her cell phone? Indeed. The emergency phone was out of order that day. Hmm. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? Ultimately. Ultimately. You should of course add this to your testimony. The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. Lana's cell phone. The word muffler was overheard during a call made to Emma at 5:18. I saw it all. How she tried the phone on the wall, but had to use her cell instead. Press.
Hold it.
Um, do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha! I was going to ask the same thing. I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind a partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. Then when I boldly grabbed her arm, chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this. What is it, Mr. Wright? The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. She made to escape. Can you be more specific? She brushed aside my hand and ran. It was a terrible sight to see, like a dollop of lard on a pate of foie gras. Huh? She even kicked over an oil drum at me. An oil drum? There was an oil drum lying on its side at the scene of the crime. But it's strange. Hmm? What's that? If she wanted to escape, why didn't she run the other way? The other... the parking lot entrance. That's right. It doesn't make any sense that she would run from behind the partition to the oil drums. Ellipses. Excellent, more mysteries. I wish we could solve a few before finding more, though. So this guy tried to run. I'm sorry my sister is so suspicious, Mr. Wright. Not as sorry as I am. But she didn't do it, you have to believe me. Okay. Alright. So... You saw it all. You saw it all, Angel Star. Parking lot floor plans on this statement.
Objection!
Miss Starr, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky.
Objection!
The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Ellipsis. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? Hmm, I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Ahem. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed a crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Sky making that phone call. Ellipsis. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. What? Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch. She's coughing up lies! Grr.
Objection!
That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about... One moment. All right. Once again, I'm doing this for the silly achievement, and of course, we're going to see all the lunch boxes. I'm going to pick what she saw and get penalized for this. What she saw. She lied about what she saw. In other words, she didn't see Miss Sky using that emergency phone. It does seem hard to imagine how she could have. Very logical. Ellipses. Ellipses. What's the matter, Star? Cat got your lunchbox? Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but why would Miss Star lie like that? Huh? Why would she say that my sister had tried to use the phone but failed? It doesn't make any sense. Why lie about something so insignificant? Oh, dang, she's right. I mean, maybe she really did see her try to use the emergency phone. I see no room for doubt here. You ordered the patooey on rice, right? Okay, I gotta type this down. Patooey on rice. Yep, this is a missable lunchbox. Patooey. Yes, that is indeed the sound you make when you spit. Hello, Lee, by the way. You ordered a patooey on rice, right? Mr. Wright? And I thought you had something there. Ugh. One. One more try. Patooey on rice's watermelon rinds, seeds, and white rice? Yes. I see it in your eyes. You haven't learned your lesson, have you? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. So, the correct answer is where she saw it, by the way. Miss Sky tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it will be pointless for Miss Star to lie about it. Pointless to lie. I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Star witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness where she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. The place from where Miss Star witnessed this crime. The security room. Yep. The security room. Present. This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room? Indeed. The security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Perfect place if you're planning a murder, you guess. You can see everywhere and plan your lies. Yep. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember your testimony. You said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in a security guard room. Yes. Well, Miss Starr? Ellipsis. How many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today, a man has got the better of the Angel Star. Damn. Order! Order! Witness? What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. And I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright? Doesn't it strike you as odd? Why did Miss Star lie? It doesn't make sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. That truth still stands.
Objection!
It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She would have risked that without a good reason. So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Ellipses. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Miss Star witnessed a crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference, but what? What would change? Why, the distance to the crime. Oh, wait. Hold on. Ah, crap. Well, everybody, I missed the lunchbox. Oh well, I missed the orange peel. I forgot to choose the order of events. Ah well, I tried. Nah, I'm not resetting. I'm sorry, Acasm. Um, I'm sorry, Wild Card. I know I said we were gonna get all the freaking lunch boxes, but I forgot, okay? I'm not reloading. Y'all want me to... Famous Adventurer, are you serious right now? Acasm, are you serious right now? Kronos, are you serious right now? Like I give a damn about the SDA moderators and the GDQ. Oop, I'm sorry. I hope you don't use that as evidence against me. For the record, I do love GDQ. At least the older days of GDQ. Not so much as current GDQ, I suppose. They've gone... Damn. I can go on and on and on, but I'm not going to. Look, I missed one lunchbox, okay? I'm just gonna keep going. I am not resetting. I'm sorry, everybody. I'll just keep going. Cause like, I'm just trying to I'm only trying to remember the important details. And I know you're all just busting my chops, because I know you all like to do that. Some of you, not naming any names, because I see you, I see who you are. And one moment, I see somebody. Yes, Otterfiend. That's yeah. Without like saying like particularly why. Yeah, I liked back when its first insurrection. Like I get it. I understand. I understand why they can also be like hashtag no fun around, but I've already said I'm just gonna drop it. Anyway. Meanwhile, while I was being bullied by chat, distance to the crime. It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime.
Objection!
My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans, and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see.
Objection!
What she saw is not the question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky? Ellipses. Well, witness, you. Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? Well, you don't miss this one. I'm still gonna type it down. I can also make a deal with you, chat. Maybe I could just speed run off stream and show you all the orange peels. You ordered the squid wheels, right? The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Hmm, boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. Damn. That's why I had to go through the visitors parking in B block. That's quite a detour. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? Damn. This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. You have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Why, yes, I do. Raise an objection.
Objection!
5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest. Think about it. You can make pasta in that amount of time, if you like it al dente. I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie. A 5 minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange. If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. But this time was different. Miss Guy twaddled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yeah! Well then, it seems we come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Ellipsis. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go? Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. That was too close. I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. Damn. Hold it. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer to not think the team that I prefer to not take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr. Ah, is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woohoo! A triple decker. Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland model says, you won't be disappointed. What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time? Decisive evidence. It's not a bribe, it's just lunch. Yeah, Kivant. Yes, Kronos. Indeed. Great. Y'all made me feel guilty for missing the orange peel. I'm really sorry. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. Yeah, because you both start with a letter K. Got you there. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? Two types of blood were found in the shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. What? There was blood found in that shoe. Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs.
Objection!
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you have blood tests performed? Didn't I mention I have 3 boyfriends in forensics? In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Ellipsis. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. Victim shoe. White enamel shoe. Bears traces of blood from Goodman and Lana Sky. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. So, about that, Chronos, the fast forward options. So to get this silly achievement, so it says here the game keeps track of which luncheons have been seen before in subsequent playthroughs. So eh, that's actually a good thing then, if that works. And also, if I recall correctly, well, I don't think you can use the fast forward option. Also, um, so what you would call it? So the patooey lunchbox and the orange peel, they are missable because you have to pick two wrong choices and get penalized for it. And on the first day of investigation, you got to make sure you show your attorney's badge to Angel Star before you go to the prosecutor's office to get the Lunchland Pickle Supreme. I cannot be damned or bothered to remember the missable lunchboxes without a guide. I'll admit it. I will admit it. Yes, just silly and not painful. And for all those achievement hunters out there that, want to, use a guide to get it all in one go. But don't worry, buddy. I promise you, don't worry. I'll show you the orange peels tomorrow. I'll just, speed run off stream. And then before I load up the other case. Decisive evidence. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene.
Hold it.
One moment. I just want to look ahead on something. There's another one that's missable. The Salisbury steak one on day 2 investigation. So there's actually only like 4 missable lunchboxes because the other ones you can get are story related. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just want people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This one, the suspect is admitting she did it? But false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with. Damn. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up?
Hold it.
And you found this shoe at the scene of the crime? I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So, like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe is my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now tell us what you did next. 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One, of course, the victim's.
Hold it.
So, you brought it to the forensics department? If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. And she got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. And that blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman? As I said, there were 2 types of blood found in the shoe. And the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Hold
You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie? Huh? Well, speak up. Well, blood comes in four types: A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. Ellipsis. 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 That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types of all the blood tests out there, which means that we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone's but Miss Lana Skies. Hmm. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was going to say that. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. I can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Peppered fish guts. This game takes place in the era it was released in, right? Early 2000s, the internet exists right before social media and smart devices, I guess. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Ellipses. Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. She's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? A problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? There actually is a problem, but I'll present it after. No, there's nothing here there. If I just stab blindly at it, it'll hurt my case. Come on, Mr. Wright, I know you can find something. Some kind of off-the-cuff contradiction. I'm trying to avoid saying things off the cuff today. That's pretty sly, hiding evidence like that. There's nothing sly about a lawyer using the law as a weapon. In any case, science is always on our side. Don't forget, scientific investigation is the way of the future. Maybe I should investigate this evidence a little more closely. You know what? Before we do that... Oh wait, whoops. I was gonna check something. So, it's this statement. Or we're not gonna... We have to press it first. Let me check the court record for a moment. Let's look at the shoe ourselves. Ah! There's blood here too! On the sole of the shoe? It's got to be the victim's. He must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. All this blood. It's horrible. This blood might be an important clue. Indeed. This blood, it's my sister's, right? It appears so. Lana's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. She must have cut herself at the time of the crime. Poor sis. Alright. Nothing else left to inspect of the shoe. Alright. So, there actually is a problem. If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there was one critical problem with this evidence A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. Why, there's blood on the shoe, of course. I wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie, or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed. There is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of his shoe? Why, the crime photo, of course. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about the shoe.
Objection!
This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints.
Objection!
And where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Order! 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 Well, witness? What? Huh? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh. That's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. Ellipsis. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? Hold it. I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credits for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There is one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Wow! I thought that was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that? I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness, well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Ah, you don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. to erase the blood stains that would become evidence against her. Wow! That ties things up quite nicely. The blood stains left on the victim's shoes tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, Miss Sky's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she cut herself when she stabbed him? So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe. Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something, please. What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime, and she tried to conceal it. But enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. Hold it. Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are, demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence. Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else. Oh boy.
Objection!
The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you'll be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this! A photograph? I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait! Look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. Ellipses. I'm sorry, Mia. Ellipsis. 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 Right. Wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Ellipsis. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it'll be too late. Look at this photograph. The last one submitted. Look at this photograph. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So right. Are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah, I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem in this photograph. Why, the problem is right here. The problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, you just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. Ellipsis. A muffler is also a part on a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see. And I see. What's that suspicious looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? Hmm. So what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Objection!
Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to this case. Why, it's Lana's cell phone here because the word muffler was overheard during a call made to Emma at 5:18. Muffler. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler. Yeah. Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Oh. Ah. Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we have any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Woo! That was close. But we made it. At least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. He's still hungry? Oh man. Best jingle in the series. February 23rd, 11:56 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Um, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface? But no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Hmm. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So this is where we turn this trial around, right? Yeah, and get DMCA, Chuck? Sure, I'll do that. I'll get my VOD muted. Maybe I can find a cover. And no, I'm sticking to Ace Attorney. I'm sticking to what I do. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant to tell the truth. Hola, partner. This guy. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come take a look-see at how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard slipped out, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now, don't that just beat all? Ellipsis? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. Yes, a chasm. Or I can just make my own little cover. Dun 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 dun. Wow! Something like that. What? At the award ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth's seen it too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. Ugh, I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee! And hell no, Kronos, we did not win yet. This is a long case. February 23rd, 12:32 p.m. District Court Courtroom number 2. And I'm debating if I should actually separate this into 3 days. I'd like to resume. What's up? The judge keeps looking up. The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue. Your lips are purple. You're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow. Those grinding teeth. Those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused. You're doubled over. Your back is bent. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable. Hmm, it seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Uh, er, excuse me. Knock knock. Who's there? What's with this guy? A strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Look, everybody, it's Dr. Doppler from Mega Man X3. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Ah, it's you. Oh, oh! Sorry I'm late, Udgy. The roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see, eh, Udgy? How you been? Swim much these days? Ah, hello, hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy? Busy smizzy. Udgy, my boy. You have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Udgy? Seems to be his nickname for the judge? I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Aha! So you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? So sorry about our little wordy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Little Worthy? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Name's Gan. Damon Gan. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's Worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. Oh, Little Worthy's car. On Little Worthy's car, no less. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing. This.
Objection!
Thief! What kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth. How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I have no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Ellipsis. Have a look at this document, where it says, person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature is there. Miles Edgeworth. That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had. Your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel, but you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Jeez. Okay, I'll press the switch blade. Let's just put it up to my eye. Stay up. That would suck. There's a small tag on this knife. It seems to say SL92. What does that mean? Well, I've heard something similar. DL6 of DL6 incident fame. But it's strange. Huh? What is? I'm not certain, but I get the feeling I've seen this somewhere before. Letters like this, or letters that looked a lot like this, somehow. There we go. What? Don't scare me like that! I'm the one who's scared! Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? Switchblade knife. Found at the crime scene. Wrapped in the defendant's muffler. Small tag attached. Oh boy. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife? Sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one. Really. All right. Department in disorder. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See? What a mess. The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information, Udgy. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order! 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 Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright, two detectives killed at the same time in two different places. Meyer Godila, you are the third person to come into my chat and say, is this the one with the clown girl? No, it's not. This is the first game in the series. The clown girl doesn't show up until the sixth game. And I won't be getting to the sixth game for a long time. I'll be doing that next year. Yeah, I'm gonna level with you, Meyer Goldila. I actually don't get her either. Like, okay, I've played the game before. I understand the context. Like, she became a freaking meme out of nowhere. Like, I know. She's apparently like a meme. Like, again, once again, I'm not gonna sound like I'm a little picky with my waifus or whatever. There's plenty of, plenty of great waifus in this series. And yes, Meyer Goldila, yes. And yes, I know about that one damn meme with the clown girl. Honk honk! Bunch of degenerates. Anyway, I am going to continue this case. No, that would be too evil. I'm gonna freaking ban the clown girl. And it's gonna get auto-flagged. I'm not gonna do that, don't worry. Hasane Teto. Okay. Two detectives killed at the same time in two different places. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Okay, department in disorder. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Excuse me, special? Mm-hmm. Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Righto, but I can't say that now. Not that. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? That's quite a mystery. And like a mystery, it's wrapped in something. A muffler. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on at the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto. Maybe there's something about the knife that will give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, Righto. Evidence that links this knife to Detective Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting the piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time. So how were things down at the department? That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. Something happened at the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there, Righto, my boy? Sharp! Hungry! So, something did happen, and why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? Ellipsis. No matter. I understand. You were busy. What with Lana's case and all. Yes, so far the police off the police department. Oh my god, so far they actually in a couple of like cases they actually use the in some of them like the Phoenix, right? Hey Zofar, hope you've been well. Sorry you haven't been feeling well the past few days. Migraines are awful. Your son loves these games? That's awesome. Your son has good taste. Yeah, man, these games are freaking awesome. Like anybody that's like is like even remotely interested, they gotta try it out. It's just it's so good. This 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 that's good to hear, man. Like and I really hope that they will make a seventh mainline game somewhere down the road. Capcom had mentioned in a report that they want to make more Mega Man, more Devil May Cry, and more Ace Attorney. I'm glad that we are getting a 12th game of Mega Man in 2027. Mega Man Dual Override, and it has been confirmed to be the 12th game. Pretty interesting that they're using a subtitle and they're just not just calling it, hey, let's just call it Mega Man 12 and call it a day. That's not stopping Final Fantasy. No, Chronos, they did not. They did not. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? A detective was killed at the police department. See? What a mess. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Uji? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. I suppose I could help. If you help me by giving me data on your case. Oh, good one! This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing. And one thing only. Oh, he can only tell us one thing. Okay. Where the victim was found? So tell me, where was the victim found? Ellipsis. Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room? You wouldn't know about the evidence room, would you, Righto? I can't say I've heard of it. I guess I should ask again once I learn a bit more about this evidence room. There's something stranger about this than the place where the body was found. The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? 5:15? But that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances? Coincidence? This is just my gut feeling. Well, I'd say there's a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Gant, please tell us more about the incident. It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. How can you say there's no connection? How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto. You understand. Try to understand, Righto. Well, if you can prove there is a connection, more power to you. Maybe there is something that ties the two murders together. Whatever it is, I better find it and get to the bottom of this. Two detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife, what was it doing there? I better check this knife out. Alright, before I go to the actual statement, I want to press this here real quick. I like to see the extra text. Oh wait, was it on this statement? Yeah, this one. How the victim was killed. Well, how was the detective killed? How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. It was what we in the force called a stabbing with a knife. Wildcard knows a thing or two about stabbing with knives. The knife? That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit. We're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There was more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. It seems like I'm going to have to press this a bit harder. 5, 15, but that's... Okay. We're gonna ask him about the other thing. Coincidence? Oh wait, it was on the other one. Yeah, here. When the victim died. So when did the murder at the police department occur? Now that's a sharp question, Righto. Very sharp. Well, my boy, you're gonna love this. Okay. Let's see. Oh, wait a second. We're gonna take a look at our evidence, everybody. Oh, wait. I forgot. Court record. So, we're gonna take a look at the note, right? And then we're gonna take a look at the switchblade knife. SL92. All right. Now then. Let's see. unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. Let's press this statement one more time. This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on at the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto. Maybe there's something about the knife that will give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, Righto. Evidence that links this knife to Detective Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting the piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time. So how are things at the department? So yeah, there is indeed evidence that does connect the knife and Goodman. Right here. So we present the memo. Goodman's note.
Objection!
Wait a second. Ah, at last, an honest to goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Aha! An honest to goodness, what do you mean from Udgy? This is great. Look at the tag of this knife. It reads SL9 too. And this is important. Why? Over here, we also have a memo. That was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7s, 12 2? Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around, and what do we get? What do you get? Ah, aha! One upside down Matt must have wrote this memo, for he was upside down. Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that is written on the knife's tag. Order! Order! Well, Chief? Ah, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto! I win? What game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Oh, snap. A revised statement. So this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it, in fact, a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, little Worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. And it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. Alright. So. Now we need to press him again on this statement. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot. Oh, you opened the mystery bag of Hot Wheels he got for Christmas. Glow in the dark things entrance you. That's cool. I got a Hot Wheel thing for Christmas myself. I got this cute feline lucky car. It's really cute. It's a little cat. Lucky cat. Lucky cats are cute. Adorable. I do have a thing for lucky cats. They're nice. A sushi cart? Cute. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Uji? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested. That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you can help, Righto. I suppose I could help. If you help me by giving me data on your case. Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing, and one thing only. The third statement. When the victim died. I know I got all of this information before, but I just need a little reminder. So when did the murder at the police department occur? Now that's a sharp question, Righto. Very sharp. Well, my boy, you're gonna love this. It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. How can you say there's no connection? How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto. You understand? Try to understand, Righto. Well, if you can prove there is a connection, more power to you. Maybe there is something that ties the two murders together. Whatever it is, I better find it and get to the bottom of this. Two detectives were killed at 5:15. One at the prosecutor's office, and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife. What was it doing there? I better check this knife out. Let's see. So, hold on. Hmm. Let's see. Now, what was it I had to do? We found out that the knife was stolen on the day of the murder. And it happens to be the murder weapon from a case long solved. Where the victim was found. Oh, wait. I think I chose the wrong thing. So tell me, where was the victim found? Ellipses. Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room of the police department. The evidence room? Wait a second. I have heard of that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's a connection between the two cases. There it is. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. There we go. Yeah. I was like, I was pressing, and I presented that one piece of evidence, but then you get the information. Then I had to go back and press that statement. I had to choose the right option. I chose the wrong option by accident. It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't say too much. So I can't talk much about it. I think I have to press here. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. Heh, you don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet. And all. Can we get the information? Unofficially? Hmm. Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What, really? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? Why not? If you're gonna tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. Okay. Let's ask about the victim's ID number, shall we? Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 5842189. Well, that's quite long, and we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 8, 2, I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number of the victim at the police department. 5842189. Why, yeah, it does tell me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning? It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? Why, it tells me this, dude. It's right there. 5842189. It's Goodman's ID. Witness! Ellipsis. 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 What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just, I got confused. And this is news. Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh ho! Is it yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personnel IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. Ellipsis. 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 And this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82. I forgot it. He didn't even get the first number right! Again! The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189.
Objection!
Wait a second, Wright. What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Ellipsis. Oh, ho, ho, ho! Sharp as a tack, righto. Sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet, a detective, Bruce Goodman, was also killed at the police department in the evidence room at the exact same time.
Objection!
That's impossible. So what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time? And in a completely different location? Order! 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 Chief, what does this mean? No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. Don't need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said, wait. Or didn't you hear me? Ellipsis. The oversight. The grave error? Mr. Edgeworth. They're yours. What? How dare! We informed you yesterday. I believe it was Our Officer Beacons, who brought you the news. Oh, damn. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, uh-huh. Um, excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. You don't mean him? According to Beacons, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said that report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman, murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth? The victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy.
Objection!
But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then I... No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy. What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright. Huh? Oh, well, it's, rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you'd submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. Ellipsis. The connection was just proven by Righto over here. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No! It seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors? You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. Ellipsis. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth? Please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened, if it's the last thing I do. You better get results this time. Really? You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. To be continued. Best jingle in the series. Fight me. All right, everybody. I think this is where I'm going to unfortunately have to end it here. Yeah. So I think I know how, like I said, I knew this is going to be a long case, but it's going to take me like a span of at least maybe 3 days, actually. Yeah. So I'll continue this tomorrow. And then, yeah, I think I'm going to have to split it up again. We'll definitely see the exciting conclusion of this case on a Tuesday, a Bison Tuesday, no less. The last Bison Tuesday of the year. And then I want to end this year with something special. It's all planned, you see. So yeah, that's where I'm going to end, everybody. I'd like to thank each and every single one of you. And do not worry, I have a list. I am going to thank every single one of you. Now, before I thank you all, I'm going to find ourselves a raid target. Oh my God, somebody else is also doing Ace Attorney. That's awesome. I almost kind of want to raid into them. It looks like they are. Oh, they're playing the second game. Mm, I don't know. Actually, wow, and they're also on the third case of the second game. You know, I think I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna go to somebody else. Actually, let's see. Someone's doing Once Upon a Katamari. Someone's doing art. Someone's doing retro achievement request. That'll be Schubert. Let's see. Someone's doing the GTA 5 Chaos mod. That sounds insane. I have seen a bit of that. Um, hang on. I want to make sure that this individual is live. All right. They are indeed live. I think they're still on their startup screen, but I'm gonna give them yes, all Akasm, all planned. I do like to plan things, you see. And so yeah. So that's what's gonna happen, everybody. Tomorrow I'll be doing the second part of case 5. And then Tuesday will be the finale of case 5. Cause yeah, I think I had to really stop myself because yeah, again, I damn well know how long this case is, and it's a good thing. It's a good way, and for the sake of my vocal cords as well. So everybody, I'm gonna rate on out to somebody cool, somebody special, a good pal of mine, one of my VIPs actually. We're gonna rate on out to Release the Quacken, matey. They are currently going to start up Final Fantasy X-2. What can I do for you? What can I do for you? I know Final Fantasy X-2 may or may not be a couple of people's cup of tea. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I think it's well, I don't really have a strong opinion of it. I actually gave it a chance, 10-2. I'll say this, it's got a great battle system, but I know, sometimes I don't know if people actually plays RPGs for the battle system. Usually the gameplay in an RPG usually comes second. I think most people play RPGs first for Gasp, the story? I think it's more like a tie, actually, to be honest, because both the story and the gameplay should go hand in hand, I feel, within the genre. I think s- I think that sounds kind of righto to me. But yeah, so yeah, we're gonna go on over to Quacken. I'm gonna get the raid ready. I got the raid ready. So everybody, I want to thank every single one of you. Really, I do. Um. Oh, and also for all of you tomorrow, for all of you, I'm going to speed run off stream, and we're gonna get the what's it called? We're gonna get those. Or we're gonna get that orange peel. We're gonna get that orange peel lunch, everybody. That I missed. That was on me. That was my bad. I'm sorry. I did promise you all that this was going to be a lunchbox percentage. We're going to see all the lunchboxes. So that'll be like the first thing I'll do when I open up the stream. We'll see the orange peel lunchbox, and then I'll get on with the second day of case 5. You have my word as again, I like to not use the word streamer. You have my word as, okay, I'll just say both. You have my word as a streamer and as a guy who likes to stream. I know guy who likes to stream is a mouthful, but I don't want to be referred to as, a streamer. I just like to be referred to as me, Gog Zero, or just Gog. GOG. Never zero. Gog Zero. Anyway, before I head on out, I have a lot of people to thank. Many people to thank. Um, I would like to thank the following, for I do have a list. I always have a list, except when I don't, sometimes. I would like to thank the following. I would like to thank IMET, Rally Flowbro, Chasm, Sir Cambam, Wildcard, Deus, Kronos, Chuckman, Baster Kappa, Leet, Famous Adventurer, Otter Friend? Or Otter Fiend? Hold on, let me double check that. Otter Fiend. My apologies. I wrote your name down as Otter Friend. Well, a fiend can be our friend, right? But thank you, Otter Fiend, Meyer Godila, and D Zofar. D Zofar. The Zofar, the one behind the number one. D Zofar, the one and only. Of Zofar's domain, Zofar's realm. That one dude from Lunar. But yes. Okay, everybody. We're gonna raid on out. And yeah, we're just gonna read on out. I hope they are starting. They've been on for a good while, but join along with the raid, everybody, if you would please, and maybe you might like what they are streaming. Okay, everybody. Let me rewind this. Ah, there we go. Thank you all for watching. I remember to go in peace, and I'll see you all in court tomorrow. And Boosh will too. Boosh, you were a little late. You were supposed to be at my side. Uh, oh, and thank you to all my lurkers. You know who you are. I appreciate you too. I always appreciate my lurkers. Lurkers are the foundation of every stream. Yeah, I will see you all in court tomorrow. Grab the investigation. We gotta investigate, then we go to court again.